of UN personnel are already co-located in common premises, which says a lot. It means that 45% of UN staff are already in those 451 premises, whereas the rest of the 55% are in 1,509 plus 269 locations. And then we come to the next indicator, which is the percentage of UN entities' officers in common premises. So, for example, to reach that 54% average, it means that UNDP, for example, is at around 80% located already in common premises. UNICEF is at around 52%, and FAO is at around 11%. So when we take the average of all the agencies, we see that 54% of their officers are already located in common premises. And that also brings us to the part where we do need some huge capital projects to increase the number of common premises, but there's also the need to look at premises that are in the smaller cities and towns. Next one, please. Now, for common premises, there exists, for those who are not aware of, a task team on common premises and facilities services. The TTCP plus FS, as the acronym says, reports to the big task team, which sits under the UN SDG chair. So who are part of the TTCP? On the right, you see the list of agencies that are members of the TTCP. And I want to stress out there that membership to the TTCP is not something, there's no limitations to having agencies join the TTCP. So if your agency is not there, and there is somebody who would represent them on the task team on common premises, please write to me and we'll make sure that the agency has a membership with the TTCP plus FS. Now, what does the task team on common premises do? The main task is to provide guidance and tools for UNCTs which intend to engage in common premises projects, I mean, renovations, construction, relocation projects. And then they study and recommend solutions at a high level to increase efficiencies as well as increase the number of UN common premises worldwide, which this exercise is doing. Now, on top of that, countries undergoing a multi-agency common premises project requires the TTCP review and approval for the project to go ahead. And I mean, there are several modalities that we'll cover, but usually any common premises project is submitted to the TTCP for review. To the next one, please. Okay, now to help the work on common premises, the TTCP has a toolkit available. So one of the key templates that's there that is very often discussed is this preliminary space needs calculation templates. Now, just a little bit about that template. It's built on the Capital Master Plan guidelines and was adopted by the TTCP and includes a percentage for growth of staff. Now, on the left, that table is shows that space need chart. And why I'm bringing it here is space needs are calculated according to number of staff and their grades. And later on, we'll be taking this on also on the platform. Now, the platform does the same calculations automatically for us, but this is a very key document which is needed at the very start of any common premises projects. Now, other templates and guidelines that are available in the TTCP toolkit, and this is not all of them, these are the key ones, is a template for a letter of interest, whereby agencies confirm their interest in participating in a common premises project. There are templates for memorandum of understandings amongst agencies, or MOAs with government counterparts or landlords. There are environmental guidelines that are used, and we also have construction guidelines for office spaces. And those include codes on different parts of design and construction, but very importantly to note that on disability as well. Next one, please. So we have this very ambitious target of reaching 50% common premises till 2021. What are we doing, and what is the strategy to at least progress the common premises percentage in each country? One is what we are doing, which is working setting up this common premises platform, which has been done. And what happens on the platform, it serves for a few things. One, creating each country to create a country common premises plan on that platform. Now, by creating the plan, each country is providing data on a platform, and that data will be used for reporting. The plan in itself is a planning tool. It's a plan, right? A blueprint of what to implement in your country for common premises. And at the same time, we are keeping updated data on premises in a platform where reporting to the member states can be done at any given point of time. Now, by doing this plan, countries will also be able to see what are the projects that need to be initiated to improve their common premises status in their different cities. Now, working with this planning and CCPP, we'll look at the support of CP projects. As mentioned before, DCO and the task team on common premises supports and guides any project implementation. Now, to help that implementation happening, the CCPP, there are two very key areas that are needed. One, resources. So money for capital funding. And though we've been given this agenda, member states have not made available capital funds for building common premises. So what the TTCP and DCO are doing, they're trying to look at how do we mobilize capital funding. And now we're preparing a proposal for a capital revolving fund that could be accessed by countries that need to build common premises. That being said, this is a proposal that will be sent out to senior management in October, November, and we don't have that money yet, but we're working on trying to get that money for common premises. And then we have training and capacity building. There's one part that says people who work on a common premises project, staff members, need to know the process. How do you go about a common premises project? So to that end, we're having this rollout training. There will be more trainings as we progress. Secondly, there will be an online common premises training available on the UN Staff College platform as of October, November of this year. But then we come to the next part. In order to achieve a common premises project, we do need technical capacity, architects, engineers, contractors, and you name it, project managers. For now, we've been relying heavily on what UNOPS could offer or what the country could offer. But we're also looking at creating at a regional level an on-call contract or an LTA that countries could use to avail themselves of these services. Next one, please. Now, what are the options for establishing common premises? The first one, the preferred one, relatively low cost, more realizable one is consolidation within existing premises. So that could imply that two small single premises could talk amongst each other and see how to consolidate, how to do space planning, and one moves in with the other. But it also implies that an existing huge 1 UN house could make space for smaller agencies that are located outside. But most of these projects, I mean, the consolidation within existing premises occur at the bilateral level. So meaning if you're in a common premise, there will be a common premises manager, an agency managing the common premises. And that agency managing the common premises is in touch, can be in touch with the potential tenant agency that wants to become the tenant, and they work it out bilaterally. And that kind of projects does not need to go to the TTCP. The second one is also an option that is preferred by the UN. It's government provided rent-free buildings. So in this scenario, the government either builds a new building for the UN or refurbishes an existing building for the 1 UN. Sometimes it's able to accommodate everybody and sometimes not. But in this option, the government maintains ownership of that building, but it gives it to the UN rent-free for use for a super long period of time. The third option, some agencies have capital projects, capital funds to fund a new construction or to buy a building. So the ask in this to these agencies has been, when you're going in that modality where you have the capital funds to buy or invest in a building, please do so with another agency who also has it. That way you move towards creating not only efficiencies for your own agency, but also for common premises. The fourth option, UN leased commercial building, is one of the most popular ones because it's not everywhere that agencies are able to invest or governments are able to give us something. We know that throughout the years, agencies have joined cities or countries at different points in time. And at their point of joining, they were accommodated or are still accommodated in in buildings that they could be at the time. So we find today a range of these accommodations. So houses, old buildings, super hip new buildings, you name it, across the city. But what's important to note that in many of these circumstances, the UN is renting scattered around the country. So the ask there is to see if everybody is good, but at least a few agencies could team up and say that, you know, we could lease a building and accommodate maybe 5 or 6, if not everybody, in that building. And that usually proves to be very advantageous because landlords look at the UN as a risk-free tenant. And they're very usually prone to providing a preferential rental rate to the UN. Not to mention the other benefits that come with being co-located in terms of security, maintenance, and so on. The last option, the public-private partnership. In some countries, the government has given land to the UN, and the UN is supposed to build its own building. Now, in the absence of capital funds, what do? So we asked the government to contract a developer to build this building according to the specifications of the UN. Now, the building is being funded by the developer. But on the other side, an MOA between the UN and the government ensures that the UN, the 1 UN, the agencies committing to the project, repay that investment cost for a certain number of years, after which, after that those years are passed, the UN enjoys rent-free forever. I mean, for as long as they stay in the building, which is a very long period. Sorry. That option does come with risks because the UN, the one UN, every agency that are participating are committing to a long-term payment, total payment. The government doesn't want to know whether UNICEF has moved out of the country or ILO has joined the country. What they're interested in is saying that, you know, I want my total payment done at this point in time every month. So there's a risk because inter-agencies do move and there's movement. The next one, please. And where are we with common premises and UN SDGs? So common premises provides an opportunity to all of us as operations members or at any level to be an example of environmental sustainability and accessibility at the UN level. What we mean by that is, one, if we're moving into common premises and we're reducing our building footprint, we are already contributing to reducing our carbon footprint. I mean, the carbon footprint of the UN, our carbon footprint. The next part is when we're doing a common premises project, as part of the planning, as part of the construction, it's very easy and kind of integrated in the cost to implement measures such as water recycling, solar panels, and others, accessibility measures when the corridors are being redesigned, the toilets are being redesigned, and so on, to create those buildings that are an example of what the UN is proning as UN SDGs. In this context, as I mentioned before, the TTCP plus FS has worked with UNEP, the SUN project, to create sustainability guidelines to follow during a common premises project. And those are pretty detailed and also can be adopted depending on location. The second one, as I mentioned before, as part of the construction codes that the TTCP has adopted, there's a part on accessibility. So that's based on ADA and international building codes for disability. So the ask to all of you who are on operations teams, if you are going for a common premises project, do consider sustainability and accessibility as part of what you could achieve in the country you are working in. Next one, please. Now we'll go over some key concepts of what we're trying to do. Now we've got an agenda, reach 50% of common premises by 2021. One of the first things we looked at, okay, who does this agenda pertain to? Who does it pertain to and who does it not pertain to in the UN family? Some are very clear-cut. So agencies that are not part of the UN development system are not part of the agenda. That doesn't mean that they cannot be located in a premise with an agency. They can. They're just not going to be counted as part of the baseline. They're going to be counted as a tenant or as a co-locator, but not as not in the numbers. Learning institutions have been excluded from the agenda, even the staff college, because of the way they are set up. The World Bank Group and IMF have opted out of the agenda. Now, peacekeeping missions are technically out of the counting as peacekeeping missions, but they can definitely host an agenda, an agency, and become a common premise. So what I want to say here, that if you're counting common premises in a city or in your country, and you have a building where there's the World Bank and WFP, it's not a common premise. It's single premises. However, if WFP moves in with a peacekeeping mission in the town, then that compound becomes common premises. The second thing that we look at regarding exclusion, what are we looking at? Because we have a variety of office types, office buildings or buildings that are part of the UN purview. We have warehouses, guest houses, you name it. In this exercise, we're looking exclusively at office buildings. So the platform allows for the recording of all other office types, warehouses, guest houses, hotels, temporary project offices, and you could record those because then you will have a record at your country level. But for the purposes of this exercise, it is not mandatory. We are focused on office building types in this exercise. Next one, please. This is a list, a more detailed list regarding inclusions and exclusions. We will also be sharing this detailed list with you as part of the package that we will be giving to you all. Okay. What is the life cycle of premises and how does that work with the platform and the plan? So before, how does a premise become a UN premises? It all starts with a discussion, right? A meeting with the government, a meeting between agencies, a discussion. Yes, this can be done. Let's look at it. Let's visit the space. Let's see if we can move in together. And that's an initiative. And that's recorded on the platform. What are the discussions that are going on in the country? Now, for an initiative to become a concrete common premises project, there are certain key milestones to be achieved. For example, if the government is talking about giving a building to the UN, it's still an initiative. The moment the building is identified and approved and received by the UN, then it becomes a project for renovation, right? And now the project is a renovation, there are moves, there are upgrades, and so on and so on. Parking is being built. The moment the project becomes an active premises is when the building is handed over to the UN, regardless if staff have moved in or not. So basically the building becomes, is given, the management of the building is for the UN, right? I'll give you an example. Suppose the UN is renting a building, but it has to do work inside the building. And the landlord's like, no, you do your own work. So I'm giving you the keys on the 1st of May. So as of the 1st of May, it's an active premises. And then maybe as the 1st of July, it's an active premises with occupants when the UN has moved. Similarly, when the UN moves out of a building and the building is given back to the external party, whether it's the government or the landlord, then it becomes an inactive premise. And as you can see, an inactive premise can be brought back to life as a project or moved back in, depending. But what we're recording here is active premises, but we can also have active premises that can have 0 occupants. The next one, please. The compound as common premises. So this is here because there were a few questions and we wanted to clarify the compound situation. First of all, what is a compound? A compound is an enclosed plot of land where several buildings sit. A compound is a common premises when the buildings on the compound accommodate one or more entity. So if a compound has 5 buildings and all 5 buildings belong to ILO, that's not a common premise. That's single premises. However, if the compound has 5 buildings, One building is only WFP, one is only UNDP, one is only ILO, one is only FAO, and one is only WHO. The compound is common premises, though the buildings themselves are single premises. But the count in the baseline will be looked at the compound status. So we'll look at the compound and say, yeah, that enclosed area is common premises, because there are many UN entities who are located inside the building, regardless if they are in containers, regardless if they share a building or not. Next one, please. And this slide here, I'm not really going to elaborate on this one, but this is something that's that affects common premises, and that's rapidly becoming very important to understand, and that agencies are working on as well. So some of the questions that are arising and that you're probably facing, and we want you also to think about it when you're thinking of renewal of your leases and so on. What are the future work models for our organization? What will the post-COVID office look like? Many agencies are adopting a hybrid work modalities. So flexible, half-time working from home, half-time from the office, but also this is not a one-shoe-fits-all. So there will be all sorts of examples and modalities, not modalities that will come, but all sorts of percentages that say, oh, 20% work from home in this place or 80% from that place. But what we want you to think of here is, how do you bring efficiency in your building footprint, thinking that part of your staff is going to work from home in the future? And how do you manage your facility services in the post-COVID scenario? Now, as the TTCP, we're working on a study of seeing what would be the future space guidelines. And that should be ready in October, November of this year to guide further. But we do encourage you also to think about it, especially if you have leases coming up. Next one, please. Okay. Before getting into the plan, I just want to pause for a few minutes and ask if there are questions.
I think there are 2 questions in the chat, Svetna.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Maria, I mean, when we say that the information on guest houses and warehouses are not mandatory because they don't form part of the baseline, but let's have a discussion of it. If it's really important for the CBO, maybe we can talk to the countries and see if it needs to be included. What about 2 or more agencies are in? So the question is that, what about 2 or more agencies are in the same compound, but are having their service contracts like cleaning, security on individual agency basis? So very good question. If 2 or more agencies are in the same compound, they are a common premise. No questions asked. Now, if you are having separate services contracts for cleaning, what we do ask is to bring that to your business operation strategy, so your BOSS 2.0, so that you include your so that you look at the efficiency of your contracts under the BOSS. If we have other agencies requesting to share space in our office, are we obliged to find funds and create space for small agencies to join? So, first of all, if you have other agencies that are requesting to share space, I think, first of all, if they agree to share space, it would be good to see if those agencies have the funds to do their part of the relocation work. Or if you as an agency have the funds, how are you going to charge them rent? It's really, Cecilia, it's really a question on a more on a case-by-case basis, and which agencies are involved and what amount of money is being looked at. Any other questions? Okay. Let's move to the country common premises plan. As mentioned before, this is what we are doing on the platform. Each country is creating a country common premises plan. What is the country common premises plan? You see on the diagram on the right, the flow is such that in a country common premises plan, the first step is you are looking at your country's situation, premises situation as it is right now. So first of all, looking at where are you located? What are the agencies in the country? What are the projects that are going on in the country regarding premises? What are the discussions going on? What are the initiatives? Maybe the government is planning to offer a building, maybe not. Maybe you have a plot of land that the government has given that's there. How many staff do you have? What are the space needs of the agencies? So in a nutshell, it's your Stocktake. Where are you at now? May I ask you to please mute your mics? Okay. Sorry about that. So and that's the Stocktake exercise, and this is what we are doing now. Like in this start of the rollout, in this first part of the rollout. And then once we have all this information, we're going to work with you and looking at, as a real estate analysis, what is it that you could do in each city to improve the common premises status, right? Are there any projects that could be initiated? And once we've looked at it in a holistic way, that list of projects, whether it's one project, well, if it's 0, we don't need 2, 1 or 2 or 3 projects, we bring it to the attention of the UNCT and say, to increase common premises, those are potential projects. Now the UNCT could look at them and say, this one makes sense and this one is completely doesn't make sense. So for the ones that are those preliminary projects that are approved, we're asking the working group then to dig deeper in the project and understand from a cost-benefit analysis whether that project makes sense or not. And for the projects that make sense, that the UNCT review and say, yes, I'm looking at the cost-benefit analysis and it does make sense to go ahead, the implementation of the project is also tracked on the platform. And here the very key steps of the implementation are tracked. So in a nutshell, we're asking you to have a plan on the platform of how is your country going to increase their common premises. Now, by doing so, you're also helping the UNCT to make an informed decision about the real estate portfolio of the country. It benefits the agencies individually, but it also benefits as a country team. So it is a blueprint of planned projects for implementations towards the CP goal. We'll come to the updating of the plan on the platform at any time, but in a later stage, but the plan can be updated at any time. It's an effort to put it at first together, but it does ensure continuity and it can be updated at any time. The next one, please. So to go into a little bit more details on what I explained, the 3 first columns, as mentioned, the first part is the Stocktake. The second part is the option identification / real estate analysis. The third part is the cost-benefit analysis. After that, you have a plan. And you sign off on your plan as a country. Now, the next parts could take 2 years, 3 years, because we do know if it's a new construction, it might take years. but the implementation is monitored on the platform. And at the completion of a project, again, when the keys of the building come into the hands of the UN, or the UN is actually responsible for the building, the project becomes an active premise. So you keep the loop on the platform of what's going on with your premises, and you're also able to keep updated data on your on your premises situation, not only common premises. Next one, please. So any questions on the country common premises plan? And I'm really sorry we're introducing yet another acronym to all of you, but there's no way around it in the UN. Okay, I don't see any even in the chat. No, I don't see any. Now the Stocktake. Oh, see, I see a question from Cecilia. Please, Cecilia.
Thank you so much, Vedna. My question, I think I prefer asking it like verbally. I don't understand if you could help me explain why are UN agencies not allowed to leave the UN house where the RCO is? Is it a UN agreement, even when that building isn't working for an agency? Is there like an obligation that says you have to stay in that building because the RC is there? Over.
No, there's no such obligation because the RC is there. The only obligation you have as an agency is according to the MOU or the MOA that you've signed. So depending on the contract that the agency signed, that's what holds them. Now, there's an element of responsibility if you're part of a UN house. If all agencies start putting out, it's going to be a problem not for the lead agency per se, but for the one UN in general when facing the government, right? So if there's a situation when agencies don't want to stay in a one UN house, what we recommend is that this is tackled together. I don't know of any obligation to stay in a one UN house except as a responsibility towards the one UN. But agencies are usually bound by the contract that they've signed in whichever building they are in. I hope I answered the question. Is it for a specific case, Cecilia?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from the Venezuela office, so we once tried to move to an office that would have been more convenient for us as an office because we were growing in numbers, but the UNCT said we cannot move. So we've taken up a floor in the same building, but this building also has other private sector companies and other UN agencies. So I don't know if it's officially a UN house, or it's just a building occupied by several UN agencies, including the RC.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I would suggest, because this is really pertaining to Venezuela, I know it's a good case, but maybe we can have a separate session and discuss that case to details. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks. Karine?
Yes, hi, Vetna. Well, I was hearing Cecilia, and then I suddenly had the other situation, the other way around, okay, where you have agencies committing initially to be part of a common premise, okay, and suddenly when everything is set up and you have one of the agencies moving forwards in identifying the premise, in getting all the agreements, and suddenly when everything is ready, then you have the agencies backing out. Okay, yeah. So we've also had that situation in our region. So also wanted to flag that. We may have it the other way around, and I think it's also a responsibility of agencies to stick to what they had committed. Just a comment. Over.
Yeah, no, Karine, we are very well aware of that because this is always one of the risks. And that's also being discussed at also the high levels of agencies and DCO, because we've seen it not only in your region, in several regions. But agencies are not just pulling out because they want to pull out, because there are also some, what we see is they have some other, what I wouldn't call it constraints, but situations that are causing this, right? So there is an effort to look at this more holistically. Is what is it that is happening that agencies are pulling out? Why are some pulling out? Why are some staying? So all I can say is that this is a work in progress, and I'm not sure we'll be resolving all of it, but just to let you know that at least it's being looked at. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Stocktake. So as mentioned, well, we are starting the country common premises plan on the platform. And we start by the stocktake exercise. The first part is what we call the background. So the background is also the kickoff of the plan. It's the simplest part of everything, because all you need to do in the background is enter the description, a small description of the country. The main coordinator of the plan, will come to roles in a minute, enters the background on the platform, saves it, and your plan has started. Second part. The second exercise is a premises validation exercise. It consists of two key parts. One is the validation of existing premises. So, and I do want to say, please bear with us here, because what we've done for each country, we've brought in the list of premises that were existing in the UN SMS database that belongs to the Department of Safety and Security, to DSS. So we've brought the list of premises that was there to this platform, to the UN Info platform. So the first part is to see if, I mean, those premises are really existing anymore or not, they are valid or not. Then if there are premises that are not valid, delete them, keep the ones that are valid, and add any missing premises. So basically, you're providing a correct picture of your premises situation. And then the second part of this page, under the validation, you will be asked to enter any projects and initiatives that are currently ongoing in the city and the country. Once you have that part, we move on to the next part, which is the premises attributes. So for each of the premises that are there in part 2, we'll be entering key premises data, area, number of people, investments, and so on. And then we're going to look at, okay, which agencies occupy those premises? Once these two parts are done, the agency will be required, I mean, their focal point will be required to provide or enter data on agency specific. So what is it costing them to be located in that building? What are their contractual agreements? And what are the agency space requirements? So once you finish that part, I mean, there's a QA process that will also be explained, and the sign off, and you've completed the stocktake exercise. To the next one, please. And those are the roles that are there in the stocktake phase of the platform. Many of you have seen that we've been asking who is the general coordinator of the platform, who is the common premises champion. And what does that person do? So that person, as the name suggests, coordinates the data entry along the process. They have to kick off the plan, so they have to enter the country background, but they are also able to fill in any other data field. So projects, initiatives, premises attributes, they can do that. One of the other roles of the common premises champion is to add the names of the other contributing members that will work on the platform. So I want to explain this a little bit. The thing is that at HQ level, if we get an email from just anybody telling us that, you know, I'm an editor of the country common premises plan in Bolivia, can you give me access? Alex and Gabrielle, who look at it, or any other team members who are at HQ, don't know that person. And we do not want to take the risk of adding that person to your plan who's going to tamper with your data. So in line of this segregation of responsibility, we get the names of the general coordinators and we ask the general coordinators to add the other team members that are going to collaborate on the country common premises plan. But everybody will have to register on UNinfo for that to be possible. We're going to cover this a little bit more later. The next role is the premises validation focal point. That person checks and validates existing premises in step 2 as shown before. And we do recommend that this work is done in coordination with DSS, because the one entity at the country level who has a list of all premises with the correct addresses is DSS. There is nothing stopping you from giving that role to a DSS counterpart if they accept to do it. So what I mean by that is that we're not dictating you that, you know, get DSS on board, don't get DSS on board. It depends on how what works best for the country. So somebody can enter the data, but it will have to be done in collaboration with DSS. The third role, the agency focal point. What does the agency focal point do? They add all the data that's pertinent to their own agency. So if you're an agency focal point for WFP, I'm providing the data for WFP. The next one, the CP working group member, has more of a general role. So the working group, usually what we are recommending, consists of the champion, a chair, and a few members. Those members, they look at more of the general, right? If there's a building, they might know all the occupants in the building. They might have an overview of contractual data agreements, like MOAs with government that covers a few agencies. So again, you could have as many members of your team as CP working group members as you wish. The chair, the CPWG chair, is able to view data, but that's not somebody that edits data. But it is the person that brings the information that maybe we do recommend that the chair is an agency head or deputy head. The reason for that is that it's fine in the Stocktake exercise, but when you're moving into common premises project, you do need somebody who will bring that to the UNCT. I mean, who will bring decisions making points to the UNCT. I mean, the OMT chair could double up as the CPWG chair, but that's a role in the platform that should also be allocated. And quality assurance, will come back more in quality assurance on how quality assurance for the data is done. Next one, please. Again, just to repeat of how those roles work in terms of the steps in the platform. The background, it's the common premises champion. Premises validation, your premises validation focal point checks existing premises, adds premises, deletes premises. And then the champion, the agency focal point, and the working group member are able to add projects and initiatives. The champion and the working group members enter premises level data, and they verify which agencies occupy which building. And then it's over to the agency focal points to enter occupants, to enter more detailed data on occupants and contractual agreements and costs. Now, I want to make sure what you will see here is the CPC, and a lot of places, the CP working group members have the ability also to do the work of the agency focal point. Now, it doesn't mean that they have to do it. Again, this is a flexible model of how you could operate in the OMT. If you want 2 people collect the data and 2 people to enter all the data, that's fine by us. If you're in a multi-city country, you have 94 countries like 94 cities like Colombia, you might want to have working group members and agency focal points in different cities so the data all come up together. So we'll leave it to you how really to organize. The next one, please. Okay, so I'll hand over to Alex. If there are, I'm going to answer to the questions on the chat, but our next section is focused on the platform training itself. Are there any questions? I mean, apart from the questions in the chat, are there any other questions regarding the plan and others? Okay, over to you, Alex and Gabriel.
Thank you very much, Vedna.
Thanks.
Let me steal the screen. Can you all see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not for now.
Well, it seems I'm facing a technical issues. Apologies for that. I'm going to try again. Okay, it's perhaps Gabriel. Can you show the first slide, and I will try to do it
Definitely.
again in a few minutes.
Definitely this one.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to go through the UN Info platform demo. So you will have, of course, many information to digest, and there will be many questions. It's totally normal. We will pose regularly to collect and answer your questions. And please note that aside from this training, you will have access to detailed videos of the platform and also to an exhaustive manual, which will recap everything you need to know about the platform. So first things first, let's have a look at how the process of role assignments work. The first step, as Vedna mentioned, is to communicate the common premises champions to the DCO via emails. So if you have not done so yet, please send them ASAP to the DCO, to us. Then it's time for the CPC to register on UN Info. Then the DCO assigns the CPC roles to be nominated, to assign the CPC roles on the platform to the nominated users. And finally, the CPC will be the one assigning roles to the other users, like Vedna mentioned. I'm going to start again to share my screen, and if it's not working, perhaps Gabriel, we will be a bit agile.
Exactly, and I will project
do it together.
No problem.
Okay, let's be agile then.
Yes.
Thank you so
Here's
much.
the platform.
So here is the platform indeed. And so the first thing to do is to click for the CPC, to click on the user panel, which is located on the left
here
of the screen. When clicking it, you will have access to the list of participants. And the things now to do is to select the names of the users you want to assign roles to. To do so, you can either click on the search bar and enter the name, or you can scroll down the list of users you have access to. So if we go back to Gabriel's profile, to access Gabriel's profile, you can click on the edit button, which is on the right of the platform. Here you can see all the information we have about Gabriel, and we will be looking more precisely to two sections. The first one is permissions, and the second one is responsibilities. So what should the CPC do? If we look at the permissions first, you see a field which is called regions. Here, there is nothing to do. You can leave it unchanged. Then, looking at the workspaces, you need to select the desired country and select the editor profile. So let's say we want to give Gabriel India's right. You need to select India editor. It's very important that you provide editors right, because if you provide readers right, the person won't be able to add information on the platform. And if you provide administrator rights, this is not the type of rights you want to give to a stakeholder. So really, we need to provide the editor rights. Then you can look at the domain and provide the common premises editor rights. Once everything is done here, you can click on Save. Interestingly enough, as you can see below under the responsibilities, there is now a new line with India. To assign the responsibilities, you can click on the little drop-down and choose the responsibilities you want to assign to the user. Let's say here CPC, for instance, or more, let's say a CPWG member, perhaps. Or share, it's perfect. The next step is to click on Save, and you've just assigned the CPWG member role to Gabriel. One important thing, of course, to have in mind is that when you're playing with the permissions, the idea is to add rights, so add workspaces, add domains, but not deleting the rights the person might have before being involved in the common premises part. So we just went through how to assign the rights as a CPC. Now perhaps let's have a look at how to access the platform and the plan. So the first step to do it is to log in into UNinfo. So to do so, pretty simple, right? We need to enter the email, the password, and then click on sign in. Then you will generally arrive on the dashboard, which is this screen. And it's time for you to pick the workspace. A good way to do so is to click on top, on the field on top, where you just can select the countries you want to work on. Of course, if you have been assigned only one country, you have the rights to modify only one country. But in the case of the example, we have an account that allows us to have access to all countries. So for the purpose of the exercise, we're going to use the Lebanon workspace. And so you can see below, once you choose the workspace, all the plans that are available. Here, again, we have a very extensive rights. So we have plans for the cooperation framework, the green part, for the information management system, the blue one, or the common premises one, which is the purple one. So if you want just to filter things to make it easier to find your plan, you can just click on the common premises purple button, and you will have access to all the common premises related plan. As you can see here, we have developed one common premises plan, and to access it, you just need to click on the edit button, which is located on the right. Here, you successfully just entered the plan. Perhaps one thing important to notice is that if the plan is not yet, if you cannot see the plan on the platform, it might be normal. It's because the DCO will create the plans centrally. We are going to create in the upcoming hours or tomorrow the plans for all of your countries. And if you cannot access the plan, then you can contact us. So perhaps we can show the slide that recaps a little bit the process. Here, 4 main steps, right? The DCO creates the shell of the plan. This is the line you were able to see in the dashboard. Then the users enter the UN info, choose the workspace, see the plan already created. He clicks on edit, and then he starts completing the plan. So now we are in the plan, which is already a great news. So now let's enter into the details. As you can see on the screen, we have 3 main steps. First one is background. Second one is premises validation. And third one is premises attributes. The Stocktake exercise, as Vena mentioned, consists of creating an up-to-date database of UN premises by recording all existing UN premises and their attributes, any ongoing projects in the pipeline, the space needs of the UN, and the financial data related to premises. So as mentioned before, roles have been given to users in the platform, and each user will have specific rights. This is a slide Vena showed a bit earlier. So let's have a look now at the background part, which is the first step of the platform. Here, there is only one user who needs to do something. It's the CPC. His role is to enter the country background, which is the large portion that you can see in the middle. You should include any relevant information about the country, such as the size of the UN city, the security level, and any other relevant detail you might want to add. This is a pretty simple step in the sense that no other action is needed outside of it. If we go through quickly the other fields, you can see on the right of the screen an auto-generated plan ID number, here CPR, LBN, and so on. This is the unique number of your plan. Please note that below, the plans are set up on a yearly basis, starting January, ending December 2021, and that the start and the end dates of the plan are auto-generated. After populating the country background, it's time to press Save, which is the button just here. How to access the next step? And then we will make a little pause for questions. To access the next step, the premise validation steps, you really have 2 ways. The first one is to click on the premise validation icon, which is located just after the background icon. And the second one is to click on the next step button located at the very end of the background step. Perhaps just before making a pause, let's have a look at one slide to precise a little bit the different type of version of the plan. Here, you can see there are 2 parts of the slide, year 1 on the left, year 2 on the right. concretely, we will have 2 country common premises plan. One for year 1, one for year 2, and then going forward, one for year 3, one for year 4, and so on. If we deep dive year 1, DCO we create the plan. The users will need to complete the plan, and then of course you can have access to different plan versions within a year. When it comes to year 2, DCO will continue to create the plan. However, all the data that has been populated in year 1 will be directly accessible in the year 2 country common premises plan. So really, the user in year 2 will only need to amend the data, completing the plan if needed, but the bulk of the work will have been done during year 1. Of course, again, you will have different plan version possible within a year. So really, after year 1, this is the time when we will have the most things to do on the platform, and going forward, you will be able to leverage all the data that you have entered before. So it's a lot of talking. I'm going to pause here for a few seconds. Do you have any questions so far on what we just saw?
If I may.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just to ask, because I'm in the laptop, so my screen is smaller maybe than the rest of the colleagues who are maybe in front of their computer and the big screen. Yeah, if you can do it a little bit larger, thank you. I can read, but but I have already all my eyes looking very, very small. Thank you.
Great. So if there is no other questions, I will hand over the floor to Gabrielle, who will present the premise validation part.
Thank you. So we saw the first step of the Stocktake, which is the background, and we will now talk about the premises validation step 2. This step of the platform, so we can enter it, and let me know if I should zoom in a little bit more. This step of the platform is called premises validation and aims at identifying all UN premises in the country. Regarding this step, there are 2 parts, the premises part and the projects and initiatives part. We can see in this diagram that each part implies some tasks. For the premises part, it is the premises validation focal point, one of the users on the platform that Vedna mentioned earlier, that will handle all the 3 tasks. The first task is to validate pre-populated premises. We can see that the pre-populated premises are all those that are displayed here. The second task of the premises validation focal point is to add missing premises, and we will see after how to do it. And the third task is to delete premises that were entered by mistake. Regarding the projects and initiatives, 3 other users will be in charge of adding them: the agency focal point, the CPWG members, and the CPC. So we can start with the premises part and with what the premises validation focal point will need to do on the platform. The first thing here, the very first thing to do is the validation of pre-populated premises, as we saw on the diagram. The list of premises to be validated is imported from the UN SMS database, and they are listed here. To find the premises to check data for, the user can either scroll down the list as we did, or use the search option here by premises name, typing the name of the premise. The data indicated in the premises should be completed if missing or changed if erroneous. So if we open one of the pre-populated premises, for example, this one, and please note that the out of scope mentioned here will be deleted in the final versions. So if we enter one of the pre-populated premises, we will see in details which fields we need to complete or to amend. The very first field is the city field. This data field aims at verifying if the premises is in the correct city. If no city is indicated, there are two ways of adding a city. The first way is to click on the drop-down menu and to select the city. If the city is not indicated in the drop-down menu, is not anywhere, the user should click on "Cannot find your city here." Add the name of the missing city, which will be added to the list after validation. Please, here, let me precise that the fields where there is an asterisk here, such as for city, are mandatory. And the ones without, like in status details, are optional. And it is the case throughout the platform. The second field to complete is the compound. If the premises is part of a compound, you should select it in the drop-down menu. If the compound doesn't appear in the list, you can enter the compound name by clicking on Not Found in the List. Please note that this name that you can enter here will be added to the list after validation and will appear in the drop-downs of compounds for all other premises. Next, you should add the premises name. The premises name should be the name of the premise as it is usually referred to. The name should be unique to the premises. Next field is to enter the address. It should be as detailed as possible, as precise as possible, and the coordinates will be automatically picked. We can see that it's a non-editable field. However, we can open map and drag and drop the pin to indicate a more precise location or more exact location. The coordinates will automatically change. The next field is the status field. In this field, enter active or inactive. You should select active if the building is still under the purview of the UN, regardless if UN staff is occupying the building or not. You can select inactive when the building no longer belongs to the UN. In the status details field, you can enter any other details, dates, or reason associated with a change in status here. Once all data has been entered and the premises has been declared active on this field, the premises validation focal point confirms the validity of the premises by approving it, using this data field occupation approval. This can be done by selecting approved here. Once approved, each premises should be saved using this button, Save. The Delete button should only be used in case of premises added by mistake or in case of duplicates in the premises list. Let me go back to our diagram and see that we tackled all three tasks of the premises validation focal point. To validate pre-populated premises, to add missing premises, we will see that right now, and to delete premises that were entered by mistake. So we can save using this button and selecting one city. To complete, so please note that once completed and once approved, each premises will have a check mark like this one indicated. Now we can see how to add the premises. So if an existing premises does not appear in the list, it should be added by the premises validation focal point. This is done using the Add Premise button here. The same data fields will appear and they should be completed as for the existing premises before saving. Here, clicking on Create. With the validation of all premises in all cities of the country, the premises validation focal point has completed his or her part of the Stocktake exercise. So we have tackled all those tasks, and we will go now to the project and initiative task. So in addition to the actions performed by the premises validation focal point, the rest of the team, the users mentioned here, should add the projects and initiatives as applicable. So let's see how to add projects and initiatives. The 3 users in charge should first click on Add Premises here. Then select in the Face data field either project or initiative. Select project if a concrete milestone has been reached, and initiative when the project is still under discussion. For example, a discussion with the government for a building is an initiative. And we can call it a project when a building is identified and accepted by the UN. For more details, you can refer to Annex 1 of the manual for additional information on what is a project or an initiative and for different consolidation modalities. The fields to be completed here when adding a project or an initiative are very similar to the ones we just saw for existing premises. However, some of them are added. First of all, the category of the project or initiative. It can be selected among those 4 choices. Then, future actions. Here, there can be added future actions or next steps, such as signing the letter of interest, for example. For some categories, a source of funding field will appear here, where you will have to select the source of funding of the project or the initiative. Finally, you can upload any additional document on this data field. To finish the creation of the project or the initiative, it is now time to click on Create here. When data entry is complete and ready for quality assurance check, it is time for the CPC to lock the entire step. This can be done using this button here and will be explained in more details in the future in the rest of the demo. But you might have also noticed that some intermediary locks are available, such as this one, lock premise. So we have now completed, as we can see here, the whole premises validation step. And we can now move to the next step, that is the premises attributes. In the premises attributes step, we will enrich more data about the premises, projects, and initiatives that we validated here. So I will pause here for a few seconds and see if you have any questions on the premises validation step. And otherwise, I will give the floor to Alexandre to talk about the premises attributes one.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle.
Thanks.
Let me try to steal again the screen.
Okay, let's try.
And otherwise, we will do the same as last time. No,
Okay.
it doesn't seem to work. Okay, so let's have a look now to the premise attribute step. And perhaps if we can show the little slide we have on the presentation. As you can see on the slide, there are 3 main building blocks of the premises attribute step. The first one is the premises level data. The second one is the occupant level data. And the third one is the contractual agreement. So if we have to look now to the platform, concretely on the platform, the premise level data starts with description and ends with investments. Then the occupant level data starts below, of course, the premise level data just here. And finally, you have access to contractual agreements just below. As you can see on the screen, the first thing to do is, first of all, several stakeholders will be mobilized in the premises attribute step. For premises level data, you will have the CPC and the CPWG members. For the occupant level data, when it comes to verifying the occupant list, the responsible will be the CPC and the CPWG members. While when it comes to completing the occupant level data, the responsibility will be for the agency focal point. But the CPC and the CPWG members also have the rights to complete or amend the occupant level data. When it comes to contractual agreements, we will explain into more detail later, but the CPC, the CPWG members, and the agency focal point basically have the rights to enter data. If we go back to the platform, the first thing to do here is to select the premise, the project, or the initiative you want to fill in data on. Typically, let's take one with occupants already populated. I think this one is the case. Exactly, perfect. So now let's start with the premises level data. As mentioned earlier, the CPC and the CPWG members are the one responsible for filling in this part. First, they should enter a description, which could include premises status, whether it's a long-term premise or temporary premise. It can include information regarding occupants, office types, and any other relevant information you might want to provide. Then it's time to choose if the premises is a government collocated premises. Here you have two choices, yes or no. A government collocated means that the offices are located in a government facility. When you click on yes, you can see on the right another field, which is called government managed. The question here is to understand whether or not the government runs the maintenance of the building. If yes, it's a government managed building. Thereafter, you need to enter the premise space in square meters. It's the gross area of the portion of the building occupied by UN entities. This is typically the area listed in the contract documents, such as the leases. When you go to premise capacity, it's the number of workstations in the portion of the building occupied by UN entities. Then you can select the premise ownership. You have more detail about each of the choices in the manual. And you can also select on the right whether or not you have restriction to host. Several choices here. Two things to notice. If you select a restriction to host, you will need to upload the restriction justification document. And otherwise, if you click on other restriction, you will be asked on the field which just popped up to provide restriction details. Perhaps if everyone can put its mic on mute, if that's possible, so that we don't have any other noises. Thank you very much. So now that we have went through the premises level data, there is one last thing to be discussed about on the premises level data, which is the investment part, just located below. Here, the question is simple. Is there any planned investments for the next 7 years? If we select yes, then you will see a series of fields appearing. On the right, there is a field called total investments. So this is typically the total investment in dollars for the next 7 years. I know it's something that is, of course, that can be difficult to provide. So this is more about getting an estimation if you do not have the figure in itself. And if you have the detail below, please provide it in terms of civil work, fire protection work, engineering support. The fields below are optional, but if you have it, please provide it. The last thing I want to say on the premise type is that just above investments, there is a little thing which is premise type out of scope premise. Here, the only thing you need to know is that this field is automatically calculated from whether or not we are in case of a government collocated premise, and also depending on the occupants which are located just below in the premises attribute step. So we've just went through the premises level data under the responsibility of the CPC and CPWG members. We are now going to look at the occupant level data, which is composed of 2 steps. One, verifying the occupant list, and then completing the occupant level data. During the first step, if we go back to the platform, the CPWG member and the CPC needs to verify the list of occupants of the premises, project or initiative. At this stage, an occupant can be deleted or added. To add an occupant, you can click on Add Occupant, fill in the organization in the dropdown, and then enter the occupant name. Once done, you can create the occupant. And you can see just below a new occupant which just arrived, occupant example. If you want to delete an occupant, you need to go at the very end of the information regarding the occupant you want to delete. Or in this case, this is the occupant we just created. And you need to click on the delete button. We are sure to delete this entity. And then the entity is deleted. The next step should be performed by the agency focal point. His role is to enter all the data on the occupant. So if you can click on the occupant, you can see a series of data, a series of fields to be filled in. Please note here again that the CPWG member or the CPC also have the right to enter the data. There is one thing very important to notice before deep diving into each of the fields. It is that the occupants are the UN entities' individual offices, which means you might have several offices from the same entity in a given premise. So let's take an example. If we have a premise with 3 offices, 2 offices from WFP, 1 from IFAD, we then have 3 occupants and we need to enter 3 occupants. So concretely now, which data do we need for each occupant? First, the organization name and the name of the occupant, which should be uniquely recognizable. Then the office type from the dropdown. You have more information on the Annex 2 of the manual. Then the office space on the right, being the gross area as per official records in agreements or MOAs or equivalent. The office capacity, located just on the right of this field, needs to be in number of workstations. Little remark here, for the last two fields, we are talking about the occupied space and capacity of the individual occupant only, not of the entire premise. Regarding space and capacity, as you might recall, we have already entered this information in the premise level data, just above the occupant section. Just here. So really, at the premise level data, we are entering information about everything about the premise. So this is the capacity of the entire premise, the space of the entire premise, whether if we can go back a little bit up, perhaps. So the space of the entire premise, the restriction to host of the entire premise, whether or not the entire premise is collocated or not, while in the occupant part, we are just entering information about the offices, namely the occupant of each of the premise. Typically, the number of desks for only the offices we want to fill in data on. Then it's time to enter a short office description, which can include WFP regional, which can be, for instance, WFP regional office located inside the UN compound, 3rd floor of building A. We then need to enter whether or not we are in presence of a common, whether the occupant is the common services manager. Entering yes when the UN office provides the service of overseeing the facilities management of the premises. We also need to enter potential restrictions to relocate this particular office. And please note that if you select a restriction, same as above, you need to have a restriction justification document. If you click also on other restriction, you have on the right a pop-up just appearing where you need to add more details. Of course, the next step is to know a little bit more about the current work modality. So here we want to select whether we are in presence of a hybrid work modality, or if we can click on the drop-down, a physical presence only or a fully remote work modality. You also need to enter the current number of desks per personnel. This is a number between 0 and 1. And here, the idea is to say if we enter 0.5, for instance, and you have 10 employees, it means you have 5 desks for the 10 employees. Of course, this might change in the future, so we are also asking to enter the future work modality and the expected future number of desks per personnel, still a number between 0 and 1. The next step is to fill in the number of national personnel and number of international personnel. And then just below, you will see a table which asks for the detail of number of personnel per grade. So there are here 2 columns where you need to fill in data, the current number of personnel and the estimated future number of personnel. Let's put 1 everywhere just to see what happens. If we do so, you can see on the right that everything is auto calculated by the platform, and that you have on the right the current space needs based on the current number of personnel, and the future space needs based on the estimated future number of personnel. Of course, there is a little trick here. If the current number of personnel does not match the figures we just entered above, so 7 here, and if the sum of the current number of personnel does not match, then you will have a question saying, you will have a pop-up arriving saying, please ensure that the personnel number matches the previously entered data. If you move on to the next, and of course, yes, it is a good point, thank you. In case you have a very large difference between current and future number of personnel, we ask you also to provide a rationale to explain the difference. The table below is just a conclusion based on the data we just entered. This table basically automatically calculates the area required for support function based on the total number of people. Finally, the last office level data to be inputted are the rental and operational costs here. And please note that for premises, these fields are mandatory. So please press 0 when you have no cost regarding one certain category. Once the occupant is finalized, you can then click on Save. So now let's have a look at the contractual agreements, and then we will make a pause to collect your questions. So the next part is to fill in everything about contractual agreements. Here, the main stakeholders will be the CPC, the CPWG members, and the agency focal point. In case of a single premise, the agency focal point is the one entering the data. If it's a common premises, it's recommended that it's filled by a CPWG member or by the CPC. So what is a contractual agreement? It can be leases, subleases, MOAs, MOUs. And please note that the agreement parties could be both UN and external occupants. Before deep diving into the contractual agreement fields, let's perhaps have a quick look at a diagram to explain the two main types of contractual agreements. On this slide, you can see on the left, we have an example of a premise with one occupant, the WFP, 3 other ones, UNESCO, FAO, and an external entity, who are all collocating in the premise. Here, we are in presence of two contractual agreements. The first one is between the lead agency, namely the WFP, who has an agreement with a lessor. It can be a government, a commercial stakeholder. Here, we are in presence of a parent agreement. And then the other types of agreements are the agreements which link the other occupants of the building, typically UNESCO, FAO, or external entities, with the lead agency. So to sum up, parent agreement is between the lead agency and the lessor. Sublease agreement is between the occupants of the building and the lead agency. If perhaps you can come back to the platform and we try to add indeed a contractual agreement. Here, it's highly recommended to fill in the parent agreement first and then the interagency agreements that fall under the parent agreement. Why is that? It's because, as you can see on the screen, there is a question regarding the parent agreement. So if you have a sublease related to a specific parent agreement, you will be able to select the parent agreement in this dropdown only if the information has been populated before. So let's have a look at all the fields now. We have the name of the agreement, the parent agreement that we just discussed, where if there is no parent agreement, then it's you can click on NA, otherwise you can click and select the parent agreement. You have the agreement type. It can be a standard lease, a MOA, or a MOU. It's a drop-down. And then the agreement status, whether the agreement is draft or final. The agreement number is basically the number as mentioned in the contractual agreement. And then you need to enter the lease start date and lease end date, as well as the lease notice period in months. The next field is rent versus market value. Here, the idea is to estimate whether or not you have a preferential rate compared to the market. Then it's time to enter the lessor name. If you cannot find your organization, of course, you have a button to put the right organization. And then you need to press on lessee and to select who is the lessee. Below that, you have the list of lease services responsibilities, where for each services, utilities, insurance, and so on, we ask you to fill in who is the responsible for it. Typically, is it the lessor, is it the lessee, is it a shared responsibility, or is it not applicable? Once done, you can finally save your contractual agreement. Okay, that's again a lot of talking, and thank you a lot, Gabrielle, for walking us through the screen. I'm going to pause here and to ask if you have any question. So I've seen also we have on the chat. So what's the difference between the premise level data and the occupant level data? We explained it during quickly during the presentation. So concretely, the premise level data is indeed all the data that is needed all the data that is for the premises. So typically the space of the premise, everything which is about the one given premise, while the occupant level data, it's all the data for each of the occupants. So the space of one specific occupant, the number of workstations, and so on. Perhaps Gabrielle, if you can show again the
yeah. So this is the premises level until the investments that are at premise level, and the occupant level data is this one.
Exactly.
That is at the office level. Premises level is the gray part, and occupants level is each office.
So if it's, and there is a good question from Karen, if it's a single premises, the premise data and occupant data would be the same. Yes. And Vena, please come in if you want. But indeed, in case of a single premise, you will have similarities between the premise level data and the occupant level data.
Yes, I was actually typing a response, so I'll type it later, but I'll talk to it also. See, in the premises level data, right, we're looking at the capacity of the building. Are there planned investments in the building? So is there some budget? Has it already been budgeted in the plans to refurbish the structure of the building? And what is the area of the building? Now, if it is a single premise, there will be a portion of the data that will be the same. And also not necessarily, right? Because if there are planned investments, the area of the building will stay the same because it's occupied by one agency. But there would also be, as part of the occupant's data, where you're digging deep into the space needs of the occupant as an agency and as an office. So yes, there will be a few fields that would be the same, but there would also be a lot of fields that would not, I mean, that are additional when you come to the level of the occupant data. Is that okay, Karin?
I just have a question here. Thank you, Betna and Alexandre. I think, yeah, Alexandre. Okay, so what happens if the premise, let's say, has availability of space? Let's say it's only one, it's a single premise, okay? But let's say that out of the 3 floors, there's only 2.5 that's being occupied by this. That's going to be, the platform is going to show that later on, or does it have to be reflected somewhere?
Well, that's a very good question, and that would, and the purpose also of collecting all this data, right, is to see where there is available space. So when we come to the next part after the Stocktake and when we're doing option identification, we'll have the data from the Stocktake. So that's where all these will be reflected to see where there are possibilities for consolidation. See, because there's also a part of an area, right? When we're saying that, okay, say an agency has 20 staff members and it's occupying 3 floors in a building and is occupying 600 square feet. So square meters, sorry. So then we're thinking that then probably it is around what, 30 square meters per person. According to the general calculations, usually we're looking at 15 square meters per person, 15 to 20. So then that's an option that will work with the agency in the next step, which is the real estate analysis, to see if there can be more efficiencies created in that space. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not, because the building could be big, but you could have a big, I don't know, staircase, super staircase in the middle of the building that takes that extra space. It could be an assembly hall, but the point of it is to look at those areas and to see if they are workable in the next stage.
So just to add, so there's no need to specify somewhere that we do have free space. It's going to come out later on.
It's going to come out later on.
Good.
So we're going to look at it in the real estate analysis portion. So Esteban has a question, is if we have an area designated as shared for temporary staff, consultants that come and go, how do we register that? Okay, when you're registering the area you occupy, right? The way the platform is structured and the logic is structured, as an office, say as WFP, you're occupying a floor, 3 floors, you're registering your total area. Now, it is understood that part of this area is for lack of a better word, permanent staff or staff on fixed appointments that you know they are post and they will be. But then you have this category of staff that are temporary, consultants and so on. Now, what we recommend in putting in the data when you're looking at your number of people is to assess on a yearly basis, more or less, how many of these temporary staff do you have at a given point of time? I mean, what's your maximum temporary staff number at a given point of time? And the tables, the space table that Alex shows, allows you to record it under consultants. Now, there's another nuance there that comes in the modality, work modality, right? It means what, well, it's a little bit more complicated. So the work modality also allows you to show that actually you might have 9 consultants or 10 consultants, but you have 8 desks for them. So there's a portion of your occupants that are desk sharing. So there are a couple of ways to register that. The place where this will become really key is in the next step. Esteban, I don't know if I've answered your question. Please let me know if the logic makes sense. Esteban?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Karin, I see your hand. Is it an old hand?
No, it's a new one. I'm sorry for all the questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, when we start with the platform, we open up with selecting the premise, and therefore then we fill in the information. What about those agencies that do not have a premise currently? I mean, they're working from home. They don't have a physical space, but they're looking forward into having one when all this COVID situation ends. So where do they enter their needs, the future needs?
That's a very good question. We actually don't have a okay, I see where you're coming from. Because the way the platform is organized is linked to it's all linked to premises. So they do not have a premise. And where do they, okay. So the way we've designed it, right, is to see that if it's to record it as an initiative, to record those needs as an initiative in the projects and initiatives portion. Because where they are at now, premises are what, a building, what we're counting are buildings that are actually already being managed by the UN under the responsibility of the UN. If the building is not yet there, it's either an initiative or a project. So they might be in discussions, which is still an initiative, or they have a more concrete project where they're refurbishing somewhere and planned for occupation in the next few months. So what we would ask them to do is to record them as projects and initiatives. And then once they move into a building and they get a key to the building, they update the records to record it as a premise. Is that okay, Karin?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Noted. Yeah, because we have in Panama, we have. I'm just thinking out loud. I think we have about 2 or 3 agencies that are currently working from home, and they don't have a physical space. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we should not record a premise under their name because there's none. But we should note them as a project and initiative and having needs accordingly. And let me see if there are some other questions. Glay is asking what happens if you do not have a preferential rate compared to the market rate. Are you required to indicate why? No, you're not required to indicate why. The reason for this is the requirement of having this comparison is adopted by a few agencies and is not adopted by another few. So it's really depends on where you're looking at. I see Oliver.
Yeah, thanks, Vedna. I just response to Karin on you seem to have organizations that basically gave up their premises due to COVID and are working 100% from home. I think what you have to do is find out if they even want to have an office back in the future, right? If their new model is that everybody works from home, obviously you don't need to take their needs into account for an office because they don't need an office anymore. If their future model is about going back to the office and you're planning on creating a new common office or a new UN house, then obviously you need to take their needs into account. So it's a bit yeah, you need to engage with those organizations to find out what their future model will be, and then you can take their needs into account. Over.
Yeah, thank you. It's second option, what you were mentioning. They are planning to go back in a smaller space than before, but they're planning to go back having a physical space. Thank you.
Okay. No, then we record it as a project, which then is updated into a premise when they actually get the space. No, thank you, Oliver. That's a consideration, and I am anticipating that we will have quite a few of these kinds of cases as we move along in the next year. We have a last question. I see another question from Esteban. Is there access to a training platform to be able to test and enter bogus data to understand the functionalities? Esteban, I mean, we had a testing platform, which was tested by a few members and before arriving where we are now. So for now, what we're having is the launch of the real data platform. Now, if there is a need for your team to work on this, please write to us. We'll see if we can provide you with some kind of an access to one of the sandboxes to see if you want to try it. Okay. I don't see any more questions from now. Is there anything else? Any other question? Are there any other questions? Okay, over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Venda. Thank you all for your questions. So we are almost at the end of the platform demonstration. We just want to show you two things. The first one is the lock buttons, and the second one is the quality insurance steps. So let's start with the lock buttons. As you might have seen during the presentation, sometimes lock buttons can appear throughout the platform. Please note that when locked, the data cannot be modified by any user. And if you want to perform a modification, the relevant users will need to unlock the data. Concretely, the lock buttons can be used to lock individual entities. This is what you have in the green box, the smallest box here. It can be locking individual premises, locking individual occupants. You can also lock an entire section. Typically, I want to lock all the occupants for a given premise. And finally, you can lock an entire step. This lock button for information is only accessible for the CPC. Let's have a quick look on the platform to see where are these famous lock buttons. If we take the premises attribute step and start with the smallest one, the individual entities one, let's have a look at the occupant part. So the occupant part, at the very end of each occupant, you will be able to lock the data for this occupant. Once you don't want anyone to play with it, you can lock it. Then you can lock more than only one individual entity, just one occupant. You can lock several entities. And so typically, if you want to lock all the occupants, you can click on this button. All the occupants completed lock step. Finally, if you want to lock an entire step, you have a specific lock button only for the CPC to use, which is located at the very top of each of the steps. This is the little lock here. So if we go back to the slides and we show the next slide, you will see that the lock button is linked to the quality assurance process. Let's go through the arrows one by one. First, the users on the left. First, the users perform data entry. Once the CPC is confident about the data, it locks an entire step. Once it's the case, the quality insurance is notified and needs to check the data. It will provide its feedback to the CPC and to the users. And then we do again the process. The users perform the changes, the CPC log the step, and the QA is notified again. When you log something, people cannot edit it, except if you unlock it. However, they can still see the data. After a few iterations, the QA is kind of sure of the quality of the data. And so it's not time for him to mark the current step as complete. You can access this button if we go back to the platform. At the very bottom of the step, here just below, mark current step as complete. Once all the 3 steps are marked as complete, the CPC can then submit the plan, which is basically the button you see on the right, submit to review / publish plan, the blue one. If we go back to the slide, now it's time to precise a little bit the role of the QA. So his role is basically to check if the data entered is coherent. So he will check the description field content. He will spot any incoherence in terms of cost, 10,000 million for utilities cost, for instance. Or he will spot incoherence in terms of number of personnel. But however, he is not accountable for the data. His role is to only ensuring that the data is as solid as it could be. And so the billion-dollar question after this slide is, who will be the QA? And so if we go to the next page of the presentation, you will see a table with basically an assigned QA per country. So we have here all the countries which are in phase 1 right now, which are going to fill in the CCPP, and each of the country will be in charge of performing the quality insurance on the data filled in by another country. So typically, this is still potentially to be refined, but Bolivia, its QA will be Kosovo, Belize will QA Panama, Uruguay will QA Belize. The profile of the QA, it's either the CPC or it's a team member of the designated country. I'm going to pause here. I'm going to also look at the questions. Do you have any questions so far on the log steps and the quality insurance?
Yeah, just to add that this list will be shared with you, because I mean, we'll be writing to you with all the videos, the guidelines, and that slide is also going to be shared about the QA.
Thank you, Venna. So I'm saying
yes, Gavo.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry if I come in. Thank you for this. It's very clear. I just wanted to understand if also the quality assurance, as you said, this was my question, and you answered that this will be also made at country level, and it will be one country for another country, so for each other that will work as quality assurance. What is this going to be all managed really at country level, or there will be some roles at HQ that are to be central coordinator or checking roles? I don't know, because I'm just trying to understand, since I am in HQ for FAO, what could be our role. I have to report to my managers too. It's not clear to me if this is all going to be done at country level?
Yeah, okay, I'll take this one, Alex. I mean, the bulk of the exercise is done at country level. And the main reason for that is that the reality, I mean, the situation is in the country, right? So the data is owned by the country. Now, what would headquarters be doing? You will have a view of all the data that's being entered by your agency, right? So if there is anything that comes up that you see that needs to be discussed, there is that part. So it's more like an oversight and overview at the HQ level that is being provided, while the data, the responsibility of the data lies with the country, and rightly so, because they know what's going on in the country. And Gley's question regarding if the QAs will be trained. I mean, the QA is already in this training. And like Alex mentioned, the QA is not accountable for the data entered. He or she doesn't know what's going on in the next country. But it's a step that where somebody from the outside, the eye can pick errors that were entered, or suppose in a field, somebody entered 3 commas instead of something, that would be picked up by the QA. That is the data complete or not? Okay.
Sorry, apologies, Bettina. I just have a final question. I understand that the HQ position has oversight function, and so also as the platform has been designed, it will actually not possible for any HQ member to edit anything, right? Because all the roles are going to be assigned by a CPC to the working group in the country. So really, we cannot edit anything.
Well, as it stands now, no, but there is the possibility if an agency, and we've also laid that out at the TTCP. So if as FAO, you want certain members of your team at HQ to be able to edit data, we are able to provide that access to the specific persons. To one people or to people, but there's also the part of accountability, but that's possible. So in order to be able to do so, Alex will come to the email address, the central email address that we're using for these purposes. You could write to us and request that, you know, staff member X and Y need editor role for all FAO premises in the platform, and we will do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Venna. So we have run through the end of the presentation on the platform. So let's have a quick look at the operationalization now. If we move on to page 39, the only thing here to take away from this slide is that, as you have seen, the premises attribute step, the third one, requires a lot of data to be filled in. And so we highly recommend that you, as a CPC or as a team member, you do not wait to finalize the background and the premise validation step before starting working on the premise attributes, but that you start data collection in parallel of the beginning of the filling in of the platform. If we move on to page 40, just to, so definitely we know it's a lot of information to take in, but so to help you on that, we will have a specific toolkit composed of all the data fields from the platform, in case you want to communicate to your team offline. 2, you will have video trainings, a series of video trainings that presents in detail the platform. You will also have access to this particular training going forward. And finally, you have the exhaustive manual where we have detailed at high level. We are very like yeah, it's a very detailed manual.
Level.
Sorry, exactly. Thank you, Venda. It's a very detailed manual to help you filling in the information.
Yeah, it's actually, it comprises of the concepts and each what to click on the platform. I mean, what are you entering at which point?
Thank you. And then if we move on to the next slide, which is the timeline, perhaps Venda, I'll let you.
Yeah. So for Group A countries, ideally this exercise is well, we started with preliminary consultations in April, May. And as from tomorrow, you could start working on the platform for those who have a registered common premises champion. For those who don't, please send us the names. And we expect this exercise to go through the end of July for the 14 countries in Group A. If there's anything that happens, we do recommend that you keep to the timelines. We don't want to extend, but if there is a need for a week or two more, please write to us as well. Next one, Alex. Okay, so for support workshop sessions. So we've had the training. We're going to give you the toolkit. You have your regional coordinators as your first go-to person for questions. So if there are any questions regarding to content, to substance, please go to them first, and then they will reach out to us if there's need for further support. But apart from that, there will be a series of workshop slots. So what that means is that even I can't see it, Alex, but there is a series of dates and times that we are putting out, and that you will get also as part of the toolkit, whereby if in your country, I mean, you need a one-on-one support from us, we'll be happy to sit with you and go through the work during that session. So all you will need to do is block a time for the work in your country. The next one. QA, any more questions? Okay, let's go through the next steps. Again, you will have the videos, so please start looking at them and working on the platform. And here, what also we want you to think as you do this exercise, right? As you're coming to see your spaces, your buildings, the agency needs, thinking of the future, also as OMT members to start thinking of, what are the opportunities for consolidation and what are the opportunities for the efficient use of space in your respective offices and countries. Because that would be also in the next phase of the platform. And the last one. So in case of, technical problems or issue related to common premises, the UN Info Help Desk has a knowledge base, right? And we're having the manual and the video recording. So for technical use of the platform, the UN Info Help Desk is really good. It's very detailed about all the technical problems. For substantive, we're already having the manual and the video. Then you will have access to your regional coordinators, ultimately to us. We'll have the workshop sessions. But if there are any questions that you do need an answer to, do write to us. Alex, myself, Rodolfo, who's not here present, and Gabrielle, at the dco.cbs.cp@un.org email address. That presentation will also be shared with you as part of the toolkit. So that's it from us. I just want to ask if there are any more questions. No? Okay, so thank you very much for being present. And I know it's not easy to stay 2.5 hours in a training. And looking forward to have all these country common premises plan kicked off. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Edna. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Gledna,
Yes?
who's the CP lead for Africa?
It's by country. Oh no,
No.
the CP lead for Africa, it's you, my dear. Share Saman. Yes, you are the CBO and CP lead.
Okay, I did not know that. Anyway, okay, we will talk.
Yeah, we'll talk. I mean, I know you are joining us from today or tomorrow. So I was waiting for next week to be in touch with you so we could have that talk.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Talk soon. Thanks for all the questions and bringing up different perspectives, Glee.
Welcome, Gledna.